Good morning. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will please rise. We will be led in prayer today by the Reverend Jacob Sams of Bethia United Methodist Church of Chesterfield. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our very own Senate page, Daliana Carr of Herndon.
Please pray with me. Almighty God, we come before you as your children with different backgrounds and different experiences, with different origins and different gifts. But we recognize that our most basic form, we are all the same, bleeding the same blood, dreaming the same dreams. The world around us continues to move forward, often smoothly, sometimes not, and yet we recognize that you are in control. Remind us that we don't walk alone, that we have you and we have each other. Today we pray for your wisdom. Help us to see the way forward together, even when we can't see a clear path, even when our opinions and points of view differ. Today we pray for your peace. Show us how to live in peace, free of anxiety. Show us how to model peace in place of violence. Show us how to be peace, that others might experience peace too. Today we pray for your love, that you would open our hearts to see each other the way you see us. Help us to live like love, caring for each other, in the present and for our children's future. In peace and love we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surreville, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 6.
Ayes 31, no 6. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the communication is waived. Clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
Now comes the time in the morning hour when we are about to hear about our wonderful guests in the gallery. What will happen is your senators will either call your name individually or by your group. Please stand at that time, and we will hear about you, and afterwards I will recognize you, and then we'll applaud when we hear all about you. And so with that, I do now call on... I do now call on the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for the purposes of 2 introductions.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This morning we were blessed to receive the invocation from Reverend Jacob Sams, who is the senior pastor at Bethia United Methodist Church. And Reverend Sams arrived at Bethia in July 2020 after serving in Prince George and in Hopewell. And he and his wife are here working in Richmond. And we are also enjoying the presence of one of their sons, Adam, who's joining us as well today. As a co-founder of ScreenFish.net, Reverend Sams has continued to examine a medium that he loves, film. He writes reviews on films, TV, music, and books, and he's been doing that ever since 2004. And a desire to participate in transformative community outreach has driven Reverend Sams to partnerships with local schools in order to build bridges and provide resources to underserved individuals and groups. And he is also a coach for the Richmond Kickers, and thus he has been able to pursue his love of coaching and community building with young people and their families. Madam President, I ask that we provide the warm welcome of the Senate to Reverend Sams.
Good morning again to you, Reverend, and thank you for coming. Thank you for your prayer. And we see that your son, Adam, is with you this morning. We thank you for all of the sacrificial times that you have given to your members as well as the others in your community. And senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair recognizes the senior senator.
Madam President.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, just one more introduction.
Yes, the senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Joining us also in the gallery are members of the Virginia Community College system. They are here today as we are going to be honoring our Chancellor, and we also have friends and guests of the Chancellor as well. And Madam President, I ask that we provide the warm welcome of the Senate to the guest of Chancellor Glenn Dubois.
Will you please stand? Good morning again to all of you. We're going to hear all that you have done, Dr. Dubois, and it is going to be a wonderful time. We're going to wait to hear. And thank you for all coming to have this floor presentation for Dr. Dubois. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that we suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor to special and distinguished guests.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. The chair recognizes the senator From Tazewell, Senator Hackworth, for the purpose of presenting the distinguished guest.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning.
Good morning.
We have with us today some very distinguished guests from Bluefield University that is celebrating the 100th anniversary of Bluefield University. And we have Dr. David Olive, that is president of Bluefield University. He has over 25 years of experience in higher education with a majority in Christian education. He's an ordained minister, a licensed attorney, and I would say that there is hope for the senator from Franklin because he was an attorney and then he became a minister after that. And he served as an associate and interim pastor as well. We also have former state senator Jack Reeser, who represented Tazewell, Bland, Buchanan, Russell, and Wythe from 1992 to 1998, and currently serves on the Bluefield University Board of Trustees. And last but not least, we have alumni David Bailey, former faculty member that taught at Bluefield University American history from 1966 to 1967. He is a member emeritus of the Bluefield University Board of Trustees, and he served as board chair from 2014 to 2016. And I ask that the clerk will read Senate Resolution 18.
Senate Resolution Number 18, commending Bluefield University. Whereas Bluefield University, a private higher education institution in Tazewell County, has provided outstanding opportunities for academic and personal growth to students for 100 years, and whereas in 1915, during the annual session of the Baptist General Assembly of Virginia, a resolution was approved to appoint an advising committee on the establishment of a school for young men in Southwest Virginia of the same quality as Virginia Intermont College, located in Bristol. And whereas on September 20th, 1922, Bluefield College opened the doors to 100 students as a co-educational junior college, and whereas in 1974, Bluefield College became a 4-year baccalaureate institution with expanded degree programs centered on the liberal arts tradition. And whereas in 2019, Bluefield College joined a network of schools, including the Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine and the Appalachian College of Pharmacy, to meet healthcare needs in Appalachia and the Southeast United States by preparing graduates to serve rural communities and communities of high need. And whereas in 2021, the Bluefield College Board of Trustees voted to change the name of the institution to Bluefield University as its centennial year began, reflecting the achievements of its first century of service in anticipation of its expanded opportunities in years to come. And whereas Bluefield University offers over 71 programs from certificates and associate's degree level to graduate level degrees for both in-person and online students, and whereas Bluefield University is a Christ-centered learning community developing servant leaders to transform the world that has remained true to its mission and character for 100 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of Virginia that Bluefield University hereby be commended on the occasion of its 100th anniversary, and be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to David W. Olive, President of Bluefield University, as an expression of the Senate of Virginia's admiration for the institution's commitment to excellence in higher education.
Please meet me in the well. Dr. Olive, on behalf of the senators, we do now present you with this resolution. We note that your mission has changed since your origination, and that has to be so if our Commonwealth and as well our country is to remain the number one superpower in the world, because you're not just educating citizens for themselves, but for our country. So we thank you for all that you do, and as you serve the rural communities as well. Thank you very much. The Senate will be at ease. Return to order. Chair again recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I again move that the Senate suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor to a special and distinguished guest.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person and guests? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi, for the purpose of presenting our distinguished guests.
Thank you so much, Madam President. We're here today to honor the work of Chancellor Glenn Dubois and the tremendous legacy that he is leaving to the Commonwealth as he retires this summer. He is the longest-serving chancellor in the history of Virginia's community colleges. We are honored also to be joined on the floor by his wife, Carol, and his daughter, Maris. All of the members here are quite familiar, I'm sure, with Chancellor Dubois, and we each have a community college or we're quite close to one within each of our districts. And it's also fitting and proper that the Virginia Senate honors the work of Chancellor Dubois. Virginia's community college system, the VCCS, owes so much to our own President of the Senate, the former Lieutenant Governor Sarge Reynolds, at whose namesake Reynolds Community College I was honored to work for nearly 2 decades. The VCCS was established in 1966, and over the following decade, our system of 23 colleges began to be built across the Commonwealth. And Dr. Dubois took the helm of the system in 2002 and has been its tenacious leader for the past 20 years. The 23 colleges have 40 campuses, and last year alone issued over 31,000 degrees, diplomas, and certificates. VCCS currently has close to 220,000 students in its degree and diploma seeking programs. Close to 100,000 of those students are minority students. We have close to 30,000 military-related students. We also have 30,000 first-generation students. The large population of non-traditional students who are over 24 years old are also found within our community colleges. And so many of our high school students earn college credit through dual enrollment, and at least 55% of our students are benefiting from the online programs that our community colleges offer. Also included are workforce training for close to 40,000 students. Under Glenn Dubois's leadership, we have seen the VCCS develop innovative programs such as the College Anywhere VA program, Fast Forward, G3, Transfer Virginia. To say that Chancellor Dubois has had an impact on higher education and the workforce development efforts in the Commonwealth is an understatement. Community colleges are the workhorses of our workforce. Community colleges open the door to higher education to individuals for whom the dream of higher education was once unimaginable. And so if community colleges are the icon of the democratization of higher education, then Chancellor Dubois stands as its fearless and determined advocate for the power of education within this democracy. Madam Clerk, I ask that you read Senate Resolution 136.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 136, commending Glenn Dubois, Ph.D. Whereas Glenn Dubois, Ph.D., esteemed Chancellor of the Virginia Community College System, who has greatly supported the dreams and aspirations of thousands of young people throughout his distinguished career, will retire on June 30th, 2022. And whereas Glenn Dubois learned firsthand as a student that community colleges help people earn the right skills and knowledge so that lives and communities are strengthened, and he dedicated his entire professional career to advancing that mission, becoming the longest-serving chancellor in the history of the Virginia Community College system. After assuming the role on July 1, 2001, and whereas throughout Glenn Du Bois' tenure, more than 500,000 Virginians have earned an associate degree, certificate, or post-secondary credential at a Virginia community college, while the number of African American students who have graduated annually from the Commonwealth Community College has doubled, the number of Asian graduates has tripled, and the number of Latino graduates have increased by a factor of 8. And whereas under Glenn Du Bois' leadership, no fewer than 250,000 students have transferred from a Virginia community college to a public or private university in the Commonwealth, with more than two-thirds of them completing a baccalaureate degree. And whereas many of those successful college transfers were made possible through two significant innovations created during the tenure of Glenn Du Bois, the guaranteed articulation agreements created and held with more than 36 senior universities and the Commonwealth's 2-year college transfer grant program. And whereas Glenn Du Bois, mindful of the financial challenges his own community college pursuit posed to his family, championed affordability throughout his tenure, maintaining a community college tuition and fees rate at 1/3 of the comparable charges at senior public institutions, and managed to avoid tuition increases to fewer than 4 times in his tenure. Whereas Glenn Du Bois worked with the General Assembly and 7 different gubernatorial administrations to make Virginia's community colleges the Commonwealth's leading provider of workforce development services throughout innovations like the new Virginia Economy Workforce Credential Grant Program, Fast Forward, and the G3 initiative. And whereas Glenn Du Bois' tenure as a chancellor involved unprecedented innovations and efficiency-focused changes such as career coaches and the Virginia Educational Wizard to facilitate career and college planning for middle and high school students, the Great Expectations program to serve students who have experienced foster care, an updated evaluation system co-created with faculty leaders focused on instructor development and growth, and VCCS Shared Services Center to modernize business operations and enhance procedural compliance. And whereas Glenn Du Bois is a founding member of Rebuilding America's Middle Class, a coalition of state and individual community college systems from across the country, whose advocacy is informed by the belief that community colleges are one of America's primary solutions to building a strong, more competitive workforce and therefore a strong middle class. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate, the House of Delegates concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend Glenn Du Bois, Ph.D., for his many accomplishments and well-earned honors on the occasion of his retirement. And be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Glenn Du Bois, Ph.D., as an expression of the General Assembly's congratulations and best wishes.
Please join me in the well. Come all the way through. Good morning to you. Thank you so very much for what you have done for our community colleges. I tell you that I'm a graduate. I'm a non-traditional graduate, and yes, so many of us have been, including Madam President Pro Tempore, and we all did go on to colleges and universities in the Commonwealth and elsewhere, and that's partly due to your leadership, and so many of us wonder if we ever make a mark on lives, and you certainly have, as well as the rest of your family. So thank you so very much, and We hope you don't retire altogether. And this is just a token from your senators. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Senate will be at ease. Recognizes the gentleman from Rockingham County, Senator Obenchain.
Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, at long last this morning, it is my distinct pleasure to bring your attention to a friend of mine who's in the gallery today, Mark Dodson, who is a retired Army officer, retired combat veteran. He co-owns a family farm in Shenandoah County. He is a member of the Shenandoah County Planning Commission, and while Mark is a friend, I've worked with his wife, Karen, for, probably 25 years. She serves as Deputy Clerk of the United States District Court, Harrisonburg Division in Virginia. It would be my request, Madam President, that you extend the warm welcome of the Senate to this community leader, Mark Dodson.
Mr. Dodson, please rise. Good morning still. Yes, good morning to you. Thank you for coming to see your Senate in action and for being a part of the farm community. We know we need our farmers. As I heard someone ask a child one time, where do we get our food? And the child said, the grocery store. But we know it's thanks to you, our farmers, and for all you do, we thank you. And senators, let us give him the warm welcome of our Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Members of the Senate, we are joined in the gallery today by the leadership of the nonprofit Mount Vernon Lee Enterprises. In attendance today from MVLE are April Keeler, President and CEO, Keenan Aiden, Vice President and COO, and Joanne Acito, Senior Director of Employment Services. For 50 years, MVLE has been helping people with disabilities reach their full potential and realize their dreams through education, training, and job placement. Each year, MVLE partners with over 125 local organizations to provide community-based work opportunities and rehabilitation services to more than 450 adults with disabilities. With a sense of purpose and a focus on their mission, MVLE continues to fight for equity and inclusion, helping people identify their interests and understand work-related goals, become familiar with job and career possibilities, and know the dignity of work and the feeling of a job well done. To increase their capacity, MVLE recently became a part of the FedCap Group, a global network of top-tier nonprofit agencies dedicated to advancing the lives of people with barriers to economic well-being. Working with their government and business partners, MVLE is set to deliver at least 50 more years of service to the people of Virginia. I ask you, Madam President, to recognize MVLE with a warm Senate welcome.
Good morning to you again, and thank you for coming. We thank you for all that you do for those with disabilities, education, training, job placement. That's where it's at. And we thank you for helping them to be contributors and to fulfill their desires. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In the gallery today, we are joined by members of the Heritage High School's girls indoor track team. And Heritage High School is in the city of Newport News. On February 28th and March 1st, these talented young women were crowned the state champions for the 2021-2022 indoor track season. They placed first in multiple events, and in the 4x200 meter relay, they not only placed first, but also set a new meet record. This weekend, March 11th through 13th, a portion of the team will be traveling to New York to represent Virginia at the New Balance National Indoor Track Meet. I want to congratulate them on their hard work and dedication to their sport, and hope you will join me in wishing them the best of luck as they travel to nationals. On behalf of Senator Mason and myself, please give them the warm welcome of the Senate to the Heritage High School Girls Indoor Track Team.
Good morning, ladies. thank you for coming to see your Senate in action. And when you get to New York, please say hello to my old stomping grounds, but beat them. Do very well. We look for great things from you as our future leaders. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Chair recognizes Senator Ruff, the gentleman from Mecklenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to request a leave of absence for my seatmate, the gentleman from Bedford, Senator Newman, on business, personal business.
Without objection, the Journal will so state. The chair now recognizes Senator D. Steph, the gentleman in the gallery, who is presently on his way. We will be temporarily at ease until the gentleman proceeds through the door. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia Beach rise?
Well, good afternoon, Madam President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise for the purpose of 2 introductions.
The senator may say on.
Madam President, today I'm privileged to introduce a tireless public servant, a dedicated elected official, most importantly, a friend from my district, Tina Sinnen, our Clerk of Courts. Tina has been the Clerk of Courts in Virginia Beach for the last 16 years and has been working in the clerk's office for 29 years. Tina is entrusted with running a complex and demanding circuit court system. Services include probate, marriage licenses, concealed carry permits, military records, notary public, real estate records, and more. We are proud of Tina and know that she's doing a great job on behalf of our citizens. Fun fact, Tina has a great singing voice and has many times prepared or sung as a duo with my seatmate, Senator Cosgrove. In addition to her many accolades, Tina joins us here today in the company of my next introduction, Washington Nationals player Ryan Zimmerman. Tina and her husband, Matt, who's in the gallery today as well, have known Ryan throughout his baseball journey. Tina's husband, Matt, was Ryan's coach in travel baseball with the Tidewater Drillers. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Virginia Beach has much to be proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you give Tina Sinnen the warmest regards of the Senate. But before we do that, Madam President, I'm going to introduce our second guest as well today. Madam President, I'm honored to introduce someone who has made our Commonwealth very proud, Ryan Zimmerman. He is with us in the gallery today also with Tina and her husband, Matt. Ryan recently announced his retirement from Major League Baseball after a historic 16-season career with the Washington Nationals. From a young boy throughout his teens, Ryan played travel baseball with the Tidewater Drillers. He played shortstop for Floyd E. Kellum High School in my district in Virginia Beach. After graduation, he attended University of Virginia, where he played third base, starting at every single one of the 174 games he played. He was selected to play for the U.S. national team in 2004 as a third baseman and won a gold medal at the International University Sports Federation World University Baseball Championship. That same year, Ryan also earned the prestigious Richard W. Dick Chase Player of the Year Award by USA Baseball. While these accomplishments alone would have constituted a successful baseball career, Ryan was only just getting started. In 2005, Ryan became the first draft pick by the Washington Nationals and fourth overall pick. He was third and first baseman throughout the entity of his time with the Nats, playing a total of 1,799 games while scoring 284 home runs, 963 runs, 1,846 total hits, each being all-time records for the Nationals. In 2019, he helped lead the team to victory in the World Series, while also becoming the first player in the Nationals' history to score a home run in the World Series. In addition to his baseball career, Ryan is also the founder and president of the ZIMS Foundation, an organization dedicated to funding research to find a cure for multiple sclerosis. This holds a special place in Ryan's heart as his mother Cheryl was diagnosed in 1995 with MS. Since its inception, the ZIMS Foundation has raised more than $3.5 million. Ryan is truly an honor of the General Assembly to present a resolution commending your achievements and to recognize you being an outstanding ambassador for the Commonwealth. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you give Ryan Zimmerman and Clerk of the Courts Tina Simon the warmest regards of the Senate.
Good morning to the both of you. And first, I'll start with you, Ms. Sinan. I remember so many years ago when you first started running for your office, and you won, and here you are today, continuing to serve. We thank you so very much for that. And Mr. Zimmerman, it looks like you retired at the right time. But maybe now that you've retired, you can be the voice of reason and hit another one out of the park by bringing the owners and the players together so that the fans of baseball can come on out and see their teams in action. And thank you so very much for continuing to serve with your foundation. Certainly it's truly needed so that we can find a cure. And senators, let us give them both a warm welcome of their Senate. The chair calls on the gentleman from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, upon recess, the Judiciary Committee needs to hold a brief meeting at the chairman's desk immediately upon recess.
Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam Chairman, I move now that we stand in recess until 11:25. Make it 11:30.
Madam President.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Rise for a brief announcement. If after the Judiciary Committee meeting at the chairman's desk, the Fairfax County delegation can meet for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
The Senate is at recess until 11:30. The Senate will come back to order. Is there any other business for the morning hour? Hearing none. The clerk will call the calendar.
Turning to Senate calendar for Wednesday, March the 8th, 2022. Turning to page 13, unfinished business House. House Bill 217. The House has rejected the Senate substitute. Page 13.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 217 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion, please record your votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 383. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 383 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 385. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you. I again move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Kiggins.
No.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 394 the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Again, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on a substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 397, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insists and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record the votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 434, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 563, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell.
We insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 565, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we insist on the Senate's substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 740, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 820, the House has rejected the Senate's amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 837. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Chair recognizes the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just dealing with a... I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 993. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the Senate respectfully insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1254.
Chair recognizes.
The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1255. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you again. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on a substitute and request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1257. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion that we insist on our amendments and request a committee substitute, or request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1263. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1326. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair calls on Senator Saslaw, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Madam President, I would move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1358. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 215. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Senate Rules, Senator Locke, of Senators Favola, Locke, and Vogel. House Bill 427. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Barker, McPike, and Pillion. HJR 16, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rules Committee, Senator Locke, of Senators Lewis, Eben, and Stewart. We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills. If you would turn to page 28, Unfinished Business, Senate. Senate Bill 22 is passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the gentlelady from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendments. This is the
senator may continue.
Thank you. This is the American Revolution 250 Commission that adds membership. Initially, when the commission was established, it did not have any legislative members, and this adds the legislative members. And when it was initially proposed, it only had 4 legislative members, and this adds 1 additional legislative members with the House amendment. And again, I move that we concur with the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be accepted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendments are accepted.
Senate Bill 38 is passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President. I would respectfully request that we reject the House amendment and have some discussion in conference on the exact language.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House amendment on Senate Bill 38 be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? With the recommendation that it be rejected. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House amendment is rejected.
Senate Bill 69 has passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. When the bill left the Senate, it was a statement that merely said apartments and multifamily dwellings could provide child care to tenants. And what the House did is that they removed the phrase to the tenants, so enabling child care service to be provided to individuals who might live outside of the apartment or dwelling. And we think that's a very good change, and I do hope the Senate agrees that it's a very good change. So again, I ask that we concur with the House amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 120 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Heckworth, the gentleman from Tazewell.
Madam President, I move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking of that motion,
the senator has the floor.
The House substitute on paragraph 2 states that DEQ will take the lead in organizing the work group for the study instead of the Department of Energy, and I would ask that we concur with that substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate agree with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators...
Madam Chair?
Chair recognizes the senator from Alexandria.
I'd like to ask a question of the senator.
Strike the vote.
Strike the board.
Strike the board.
We must strike the board. Will the senator rise for a question?
I yield yes.
Senator Eben.
President, I would ask the senator exactly what the House substitute does.
Yes, Madam President. As it went over from the Senate, the Department of Energy would take the lead in organizing the work group for the study. And when it came back over from the House, they asked that DEQ would take the lead in organizing the work group for the study instead of the Department of Energy, and that is on paragraph 2 only, which is the study for the proposed sites for the storage of coal ash in the Commonwealth.
I thank the gentleman.
The question is, again, shall the House substitute be accepted? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 192 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the Senate concur with the House substitute. Speaking of that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is a bill that would allow someone with a master's or a doctorate in public health and more than 3 years' experience to actually run a local health department. This is exactly the way it went out of here. It just came back with some Romanettes. And clarified an or, but no changes in the language. There was some consternation down the hall about giving the commissioner the authorization to review people that had other qualifications. That is directly related to one gentleman who has been serving in this capacity for about 15 years, 13 at the helm, but unable to take the full job. So this is just as it left here and passed the Senate 40-0. So I ask that we concur once again. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 237 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As you can see in the calendar, the House found a comma that needed to be deleted, and the second part was a request from DMV to strike a section to be consistent. So I move that we concur with the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be accepted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 258 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we accept the House substitute and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
This amendment was adopted in the House after we received some feedback from the Virginia Association of Government Purchasing. They pointed out that there was some confusion among the surety companies related to the different amounts for construction versus transportation bonds. So we left construction at $500,000, which makes the code the same in that area, and left transportation a limit of $350,000. There is no opposition, and again, this change was at the request of VAGP. With that, I renew the motion to accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 259 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Bell, the senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Move we accept the House substitute and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the same concept as the previous bill. This one deals with performance and payment bonds, and again, it changes the transportation limit to $350,000 for consistency with the other type of bonds. With that, I move that we accept the substitute. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 325 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request that we concur with the House amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam. That was just simply a clerical error, but this is the one bill that would take us from 1 gallon of spirits to 3 gallons of spirits that an individual could bring back into the state. And with that, I'd ask that it pass.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Spirits. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 347 passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam.
Senator Bell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the House amendments and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is an energy efficiency bill, and it targets a pilot program with a sunset in it of 2028, and it targets low-income military veterans and people with disabilities. This does only a couple minor technical amendments, which are actually in the calendar. It just after programs on line 11, it adds low-income efficiency program for clarification and two other minor additions, which defines customer classes as customers. With that, I move that we accept the amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The amendments are accepted.
Senate Bill 389 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move that we reject the substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
The House took the bill that said that you wouldn't have to support your parents after you've turned 18 years of age and made it into a bankruptcy carve-out that a debtor may exempt reasonable expenses for the debtor used to support and maintain the debtor's mother and father, which would be okay, except that we already have a code section that provides for that. So we need to send this in conference, and I hope that we will reject this substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 402 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the senator from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we would concur with the House amendments in speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this now has my bill aligned with the bill that we passed out of here, Delegate Krisik's bill yesterday, so the language is all the same. This would put the Charitable Gaming Board regulatory authority back to VDAX to Mr. Menifee's office and make the regulatory board from 11 to 9 and make them advisory only.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 1, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 35, noes 1, Rule 36-3. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 498 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Lewis, the senator from Accomack.
Madam President, I move that we reject the House substitute in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, Senate Bill 498 dealt with recordations of deeds and prohibited the employees of state and local governmental agencies from second-guessing the efficacy of the transfer of title from these deeds once they've been accepted for recordation by the clerk's office. The House amendment, or House substitute, simply did a belt and suspenders to make sure that there was no impact on the common law recordation or common law effect of delivery, transferring title. So there's nothing problematic about that, but I think the bill itself needs to be a little tightened up and some wordsmithing, and so that's why we need to get that into conference. So with that, Madam President, I renew my motion that we reject the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House substitute is indeed rejected.
Senate Bill 514 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute in speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So what is now different from the guardianship bill as it left the Senate, House Appropriations removed a couple key sections, one which required training from the Office of Executive Secretary for our judges. The other was training for our guardians. And so those are two key components. The reason why they removed it, because they didn't have it in the budget. And so while it is in the Senate budget, I think this is an important consideration of our conferees as the budget moves forward, because I think training is one of the most critical factors of help educating those who are involved in the system. The House chose to adopt a substitute without it, but we'll leave it to the conferees. And I renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 565 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendments on this bill basically just conform the bill to what we passed unanimously about a week and a half ago. And we get into the specifics if we need to, but I would, given that we all voted for it before, I'd hope we'd just pass the amendments.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 612 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the House amendments and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In the House, we addressed the issues that people had raised with concerns on this bill on the other side of the aisle. This has been substantially changed because we deleted all of the provisions that would have authorized the DMV to prevent the registration of renewals of other vehicles owned by that participant who is in this mileage-based user fee program if they happen to have paid their prior year's mileage. That is gone from the bill. What the bill does now is it allows the Department of Motor Vehicles to issue prorated refunds of the highway use fee in 6-month increments if an application for the refund is made when there are 6 months or more remaining in the registration period. The refund provision is made retroactive to the date that the fee was enacted, which was July 1st of 2020, to allow the DMV to refund any eligible customer. This is an existing fee. This is a completely voluntary program. And again, it took out the pieces that were giving people heartburn. And I ask you to accept the House amendments.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 660 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the senator from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendment. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate, Senate Bill 660 is a shared solar bill, and the change is somewhat technical. It just changes one word from including to and the impact of that is it will allow a utility that has limited coverage in Southwest Virginia to participate in a stakeholder group that's discussing the potential rollout of shared solar. So I would hope that we would adopt that technical amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 693 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to concur with the House substitute and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was the bill that had to do with the appeals to the Common Interest Board and what materials could be included. And the DPOR representative suggested that it be a study because they don't have the storage to take in all these alleged materials at this point. And at this point in the session, I have neither the physical nor the spiritual strength to battle further on this issue. So let's just agree to the substitute. Thank you.
Need the spirits from Senator Reeves. The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Sorry. Senate Bill 703 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we reject the House amendments and speak into the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is a reorganization of the ITAC, which is the Information Technology Advisory Council. The way we had it, we would have had 3 senators and 3 delegates, but the House chose to cut our representation off. And so I ask that you reject the House amendments and vote red.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the House amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House amendments are rejected.
Senate Bill 725 has passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Pillion, the gentleman from Washington.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Senate concur with... Oh, sorry, Madam President. I'm so sorry. Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments. And speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment adds one seat to the Passenger Rail Authority to be appointed by from Planning Districts 3 and 4. The original bill added for 2, but when speaking with DPRT, they suggested 1 was enough, and I, again, concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 764 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that we concur with the House amendment. And speaking to that measure,
the senator has the floor.
The House went on a hunting trip and they found a irrelevant two-letter word that was wandering aimlessly through the bill and decided to excise it. And I cannot argue with the House on this issue. So I would hope that it be the pleasure of the body to pass the amendment.
The question is, shall the House amendment be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House amendment is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 10 has been passed the House with amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendments from the House, I'd move that we concur with the amendments. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the pandemic, what I call the pandemic autopsy bill. And as it left this body, it had an equal number of senators and an equal number of delegates. And when it came back, they decided we didn't need somebody from the Senate Committee on General Laws and Technology on the bill. And we needed one more, the Speaker needed one more person on there, too. So it also misses the magic language about requiring a majority of each caucus to approve any recommendation. And so this thing needs to go to conference and have a little bit of a plastic surgery done on it to make it look better. So I'd hope we would reject the amendments.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The House amendments are rejected.
Senate Joint Resolution 35 has been agreed to by the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, I move that we insist and request a committee of conference on the resolution.
And speaking to that, sir?
What we did, the Senate version of this bill, Madam President, sought to expand the scope of the Flooding Study Committee to include areas other than coastal Virginia. As we've done with a host of other resiliency efforts in the last year or two, we've sought to bring it in from the coast and cover the entire Commonwealth as far as flooding and resilience efforts. And so that's what our version of the resolution did for the Flooding Study Committee. And they have stuck to our original writ, which was very narrowly confined to the coastal areas and sea level rise and that type of flooding. So that needs to be hashed out in conference, Madam President. Reject the House substitute.
All right. So now your motion is to reject.
I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry, Madam Chair.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 371. The House has insisted on its substitute and requested a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Vogel, the senator from Fauquier.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I move that we accede to the House's request for a committee of conference. This is the bill that deals with the independent Board of Elections, and I would love this bill to go into conference so that we can defend the Senate's position, which is for a truly independent board. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 371? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate, as named by the Chair of the Committee on Privileges and Elections, Senator Eben, are Senators Vogel, Eben, and McClellan. Senate Bill 471. The House has insisted on its amendment and requested a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede.
Richmond
Somewhere. I move that we accede to the House request for a committee on conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 471? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate, as named by the Chair of the Committee on Education and Health, Senator Lucas, are Senators McClellan, Pillion, and Hashmi. We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in this section. Page 41, uncontested calendar, House Bill on third reading. House Bill 537, a bill relating to telemedicine, out-of-state providers, behavioral health services. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President,
I'm going to move to pass it.
I moved that the bill pass, but I'm looking for my notes.
Madam President, while she's looking at her notes, I'm going to...
I have them now.
No, I want to respectfully ask to pass the bill by for the day.
Oh, okay.
Without objection, House Bill 537 goes by for the day.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 451, a bill relating to stalking venue penalty. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and there are 2 floor substitutes.
Madam President, with the recommendation we reject the substitute, I move that the Judiciary Committee's substitute be agreed to. Or read.
With the recommendation that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute is rejected.
And now defer to yield to the junior senator from Richmond.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Madam President, first of all, I'd like to withdraw the floor substitute number 1.
Looking at it. Without objection, floor substitute number 1 is withdrawn.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd now like to move to waive reading of the floor substitute number 2.
The question is, shall the reading of floor substitute number 2 be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is finally in a posture to move forward on. This is, after several iterations, the stalking bill, and I'll be very brief. What this bill does, everybody in the chamber knows that initially stalking was something that could only be done in the physical presence in the jurisdiction. This bill allows stalking to be done by other means, including electronically and by mail. That's the first thing. Second, the second part of the substitute deals with jurisdiction. The jurisdiction can occur where the victim resides and was the subject of the stalking, either physically, by mail, or electronically, or where the defendant resides and committed the electronic stalking or the mailed stalking. I hope that's clear, and with that, I move for its passage.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? The chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham County, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I wonder if the junior senator from Richmond would yield for a question or two.
Senator Morrissey, will you yield? The gentleman from Rockingham County has the floor.
Madam President, I would ask the senator if he could explain how this floor substitute changes the bill that came through committee.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would tell the gentleman that it makes it clear that the stalking can take place electronically through the telephone, through cell phones, through computer, through the airwaves. There was some, because of the verbiage in the previous bill, there was some confusion about that. This bill also makes clear where the venue will be, and I've just explained that. One thing it does change is that the previous bill said that venue could also be where the victim now resides. That would be inappropriate. The venue would be where she was stalked or where the defendant sent the emails, but not where the victim subsequently moved to.
Madam President, I thank the gentleman.
The chair now recognizes the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Forgive me, Madam President. I think my seat may push that.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is accepted. Senator Edwards.
Madam, I now move that the bill pass.
And speaking to the bill?
I think it's...
The senator has the floor.
Been previously explained, has to do with stalking, and we fixed it so that everybody's in agreement.
The question is...
The House is in agreement.
Shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 492, Campaign Finance, Record Retention Requirements, and Reviews of Campaign Finance Disclosure Reports. Reported from the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Ebron, the senator from Alexandria.
Madam President, before the senator begins.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Roanoke County rise?
I'd like to ask that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 492 goes by for the day.
House Bill 80, Healthcare Regulatory Sandbox Program, Established Report Sunset Date. The committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, this bill has been debated up and down and all around, and there's a lot to like and a lot not to like about the sandbox. But what the bill does, it requires the Department of Health to establish the Healthcare Regulatory Sandbox Program to enable a person to obtain limited access to the market in the Commonwealth to temporarily test an innovative healthcare product or service on a limited basis without otherwise being licensed or authorized to act under the laws of the Commonwealth. Madam President, further, Under the program, an applicant requests the waiver of certain laws, regulations, or other requirements for a 24-month period with an option to request an additional 6-month testing period. Madam President, unless somebody else has more to add to this bill, I just move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, a senator from Alexandria. Chair recognizes Senator Barker, gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. And speaking to the bill,
the senator has the floor.
I spoke on this yesterday before it got passed by for the day, but so I won't take a lot of time. But I want to remind everybody that this is a bill that would provide a competitive advantage to certain individuals and corporations over existing individuals and corporations that are providing services, and also would allow for the waiver of what's in the law and what's in regulations that would be done by the Commissioner of Health, who is not an elected official. And it seems to me that it raises a lot of concerns here. It's something that we need to work on over the next year if we're going to be able to come up with a program that makes any sense. So with that, I would hope that we would reject this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Stanley, the gentleman from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak in favor of HB 80.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the Senate, sometimes I sit here in the 11 sessions that I've had the honor of being a senator, and what I see is government becomes timid. Government becomes afraid. Government gets in the way of good business. Government gets in the way of business. Government is scared, terrified of anything that makes sense, makes good common sense, or is innovative even. What are we afraid of? Success? Regulation should be as a measure of safety, not a hindrance. They should not be obstacles to innovation. And so when I hear someone on the floor say, oh my goodness, this might give an advantage to somebody over another advantage, what it really is going to do is give an advantage to the person that may benefit medically from the innovation. Isn't that one of our duties here, which is to make lives better for all of the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia? Not to delay their success by regulation, overburden them with regulation, tie businesses up, stifle innovation. And so I had a regulatory sandbox bill that was a little more general, that would have allowed with, oh my goodness, government oversight. Oh my goodness, I know this is a scary concept. Agencies working together. I know, scares me too. How dare they work together and talk together to find those singular incidents of where innovation can actually make a real benefit. Not just economically, but for our citizens. Well, you know what happened to that one? Shot down by Senator Barker. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Shot it down. And I know, and I love George, and George and I do. The senator from some part of Fairfax, or Southern Fairfax, and I have worked on a lot of innovative things to try to help workers so that they're not laid off. Remember that one? It was a good bill. This is important because in this sandbox, this is about health care and specifically about telemedicine. And if you think that maybe regulations are the blue blanket of government and make us feel better and more comfortable about what we do, then we hinder into innovation. Because as they say, it's like 17 years from innovation to acceptance by government. Constantly, we are behind. Government is constantly catching up, and if you don't believe it, look at how technology moves to this day. And I'm reminded of why this works and why it's good for the Commonwealth of Virginia. You ask me why? I'm going to tell you why. When we had the pandemic of COVID-19, in telehealth, before the pandemic, it was slowly growing in the Commonwealth in popularity, but over its 30-year history, it had not been widely adopted by the Commonwealth or really any other state. But that changed when COVID hit the Commonwealth of Virginia. In a blink of an eye, telehealth became an overnight success. And especially, ladies and gentlemen, in our rural areas, our underserved areas, in the inner cities, our underprivileged healthcare areas where they needed it the most. Consumer adoption of telemedicine, telehealth during the pandemic skyrocketed from 11% of consumers using that throughout the United States using telehealth to, in 2019, 2020, to 46%. Analysis at the start of the year showed overall telehealth utilization had increased 38 times from the COVID-19 baseline. And why did that happen? Because we didn't have time to put in restrictive policies that would have stunted the growth of that innovation. And instead, as I know so many people here who are in the medical field as their full-time jobs, they know that telemedicine and telehealth made a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be fearful. Let's not be afraid. Let's not even be scared. This is going to be a good thing, not a bad thing. And I ask that you pass it. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair now recognizes, hopefully, Senator Donovan, the senator from Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to move passage of the bill and speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Yeah, I just want to say that medicine is a place where innovation is going to contribute to decrease cost and more access. And there are, the way that this bill is set up, and I've read the whole thing, it's a lot of words, I know, it's a lot of language, but it is set up not unlike the way we develop studies in the practice of medicine. There are lots of checks and balances for safety, for an enormous amount of oversight and regulation by the VDH or the department that will be approving it. But what we all know that from an idea or even something that's proven in bench research to commercialization and actually making a difference is an unnecessarily protracted timetable. And we really have a need to innovate medicine. We've been providing it the same way for a long time. We still, heaven's sakes, pay fee for service. We've got to be able, this is not really just a scary thing of removing regulations. This is a lot of checks and balances that allow, if you will, safe experimentation. We did this with the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act funded innovation where it stripped away a lot of regs and laws so that people could innovate how we provided health care. This is a good idea. It's very limited. It's, there's a lot of power to make sure that it's safe, but I hope you'll support it because we can't always wait for the legislature to come in to change a part of the code to allow one new innovation. We need to allow some broad spectrum innovation in medicine. I hope you support the bill.
The junior senator from Richmond, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, would the gentleman from Franklin County yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
President, I will yield.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
I would ask the senator, would he publicly acknowledge that not all Democrats shot down his previous telemedicine bills?
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Madam President, I am reminded that the junior senator from Richmond is correct. I did not see him with a firearm in the Innovation Corral. So he did not shoot down my bill.
Would the gentleman yield for a second question?
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Does the gentleman recall a conversation that he and I had at Sam Miller's several years ago where we were watching the local scenery? We were talking about my dad, who was a physician, and how he very much was a proponent of telemedicine.
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Madam President, I answered the gentleman by saying every single conversation that I have with the junior senator of Richmond is not only memorable, it's indelibly put into my brain. So I do remember that great conversation about his great father and all the great work he did and his love and knowledge of telemedicine and its hope for the future in curing Virginians.
Senator Morrissey, further question?
I thank the senator and would he yield for a final question?
Will Senator Stanley yield?
Yes, Madam President, I will yield.
Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And with regard to his previous telemedicine bills, does the senator recall me inviting him to join me in Prince George County, Dinwiddie, and Petersburg, where I was going to have a community forum talking about and extolling the benefits and the virtues of the senator's bill and others dealing with telemedicine?
Senator Stanley has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd answer the gentleman by saying I absolutely remember that as well, that the junior senator from Richmond's enthusiasm for telemedicine is unmatched, and I appreciate working with him on those issues, and quite frankly, hopefully all of us have that same enthusiasm for that kind of innovation in making healthcare outcomes better in our underserved areas like the rural areas and the urban areas that we represent.
Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank the senator.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President, and speaking for a second time here, I just want to sum up a few things.
We have another senator ahead. Would you like to wait,
Sure.
Senator? Senator Favola, gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to concur with my fellow senator from Southern Fairfax. This bill poses more risks than benefits, although I do acknowledge there are benefits. I believe we have to balance the role of government both in promoting innovation but also in consumer protection. And I think that's an expectation Virginians have. And one of the lines that really gives me trouble, lines 35 through 37, we're allowing products to the market without a license or authorization at all, although it's a limited access, not even a provisional license. And I have to say to myself, where is there some molecule of consumer protection so folks can say, well, this product does X, Y, and Z, and I can be assured of that, or this product doesn't do X, Y, and Z. I mean, this is people's health. Perhaps this idea should go into a study. I'm not saying we shouldn't promote innovation. I think this bill just goes too far and doesn't reach the balance that I'm comfortable with. And again, I would ask the body to vote no on this, and we can come back and work on it next session. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair again recognizes Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think it's interesting that this has sort of evolved into a discussion on telehealth. Long before,
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator may continue.
Yes. Long before the senator from Franklin was playing in his sandbox, we in Virginia actually were aggressively moving forward on telehealth. We've been one of the leaders on telehealth in the entire nation. A little more than a decade ago, we passed legislation that was leading the nation in terms of requiring that the health insurers had to pay for telehealth services where they were properly being used, and long in advance of what had happened in many other states. We've also had a group of people who've been working on this issue for many years, long before there was any idea that there was a sandbox out there that would get this done for them, and have been leaders in developing telehealth around the Commonwealth. The health plan that I received my health care services for has, for more than 20 years now, had provided some telehealth services. So there is a lot that already has been happening. It was not done in response to anything related to an initiative like this. And I think what we need to do is to go on a path here that provides services and that is constantly working to improve things, but does not have some of the pitfalls that could be seen with this particular piece of legislation. And so I would again hope that we would not pass this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. Chair now recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with the provisions of Senate Rule 36, I would like to announce a pair with the senator from Bedford on the passage of House Bill 80. I am against this bill, and Senator Newman, had he been present, would have voted for and an affirmative in the matter.
Thanks to Senator. A pair has been announced on the passage of House Bill 80. The vote now is yeas 18, noes 20. Nothing changes. The bill fails.
House Bill 86. Campaign Finance Disclosure Reports Searchable Electronic Database. Reported, the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Yes. Was the committee amendment already adopted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I move that HB 86 pass. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
What HB 86 does is it provides for a searchable electronic database of information maintained by the Department of Elections so that individual candidates can be looked up and sorted information by types of election offices, committees, and donors, donations, expenditures, loans, etc. The patron of the bill, when presenting the bill to Privileges and Elections Committee, stressed that he felt it was a core function of government to make this information available, and that Virginia is an outlier among the states in that we do not make it available directly from the Department of Elections. With that, I renew my motion. The bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak on House Bill 86.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I respectfully request that we support House Bill 86, regardless of any collateral issues that we may have. I have the opportunity, and I use that term very loosely, of sitting on the Campaign Finance Reform Commission that has laboriously been going over some campaign reform issues in Virginia, particularly as compared and contrasted with other states. I think there is enormous elasticity for Virginia to improve on some of its campaign reform measures, and I think that House Bill 86 would be very consistent with that, and actually to reject it would be contrary to what most states are currently doing.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote?
Close the vote.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9.
Ayes 30, noes 9. The bill passes.
House Bill 258, Hotels Human Trafficking Training. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the senator from Roanoke City.
Yeah, Madam President, I move that the Committee on the Judiciary substitute be adopted. By way of explanation, Madam President,
we'll adopt the substitute first, sir.
I just want to explain what it does. What the Judiciary substitute does is simply to provide that the Department of Criminal Justice Services may provide alternative online or in-person training, and that it expressly exempts short-term rental properties from the bill. With that explanation, I move the substitute be adopted.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Prior to the adoption of an acceptance of the motion for the senator, I would respectfully ask that House Bill 258 be passed by for the day. I'm working on some other measures on that.
Without objection, House Bill 258 goes by for the day.
Madam President, before we get too far down the pike, especially with my short-term memory loss, having voted on the prevailing side by which, and find what number this, House Bill 80 was defeated, I would respectfully request, excuse me. Yes, I apologize. With House Bill 80 was defeated on a vote of 18-20, I would respectfully request that we reconsider that vote, ma'am. And that's on page 43, I believe.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 80 failed be reconsidered? Those in favor of reconsideration will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 39, no 0. The vote is now reconsidered. Senator Lucas.
Yes, Madam President, the bill has previously been explained, so I would just move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage?
Madam President.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Can this bill go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 80 goes by for the day.
Returning to page 45, House Bill 384, State and Local Employees, Rights of Employees, Freedoms of Conscience and Expression, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask that House Bill 384 please go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 384, by for the day.
House Bill 444, Virginia Freedom of Information Act, meetings conducted through electronic meetings. The committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the electronic meetings bill. A couple different main provisions just to remind the body. This bill is permissive. I know public body must hold a virtual meeting. It sets clear guidelines for all localities to do so. The bill provides for a one-time setup of rules for all public bodies to hold limited all virtual public meetings, including ensuring public access and participation. A couple clear differences between the Senate version and the House version that's now before you. First, it clarifies that remote participation by individuals requires an in-person quorum. Second, it includes language to ensure that an in-person meeting cannot be switched to virtual. So if you've designated, you've advertised it be in person, they can't then therefore switch to virtual. They have to cancel that meeting and hold a subsequent notice before holding that virtual meeting. So there's additional guardrails that are included within this language. Third, it further limits holding all virtual meetings by not allowing 2 virtual meetings to be held consecutively. So there's always going to be an interim opportunity for a face-to-face public meeting and discussion and dialogue. And finally, it requires that the policy that the public body must adopt at a public meeting with a recorded vote must be described the circumstances under which an all-virtual public meeting can be held, Madam President. So those are the more significant public differences. As the body recalls, over the last year, this is a recommendation for the FOIA Council, which heard from comments from over 400 people over the last year on the importance of this legislation from residents and groups all across the Commonwealth, including economic development authorities like Go Virginia, regional bodies in rural and urban areas, and groups representing seniors, women, and people with disabilities, and renew my motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Senator from King George has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I've heard the gentleman talk about virtual participation, and there having to be a quorum present in the room. But I would ask the gentleman, in fact, isn't the crux of this bill to allow public bodies to have all virtual meetings with no quorum present in the room?
Senator McPike has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd answer the senator, yes, it is, but it requires that remote participation by individuals requires an in-person quorum.
Speaking to the measure, Madam President.
Senator from King George has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If there's any question about whether or not this is a virtual meeting bill, just take a look at the text of the bill. And I appreciate the fact that there were some tertiary changes made to the bill, but the crux of this bill remains the same. It allows public bodies to meet all virtually with no quorum present in the room, which is what a majority of us found objectionable on the gentleman's bill a few weeks ago. And it is really bad public policy to allow public bodies to meet entirely virtually because, again, the people can't see what's happening, and whenever they can't see what's happening, they distrust us. And so I hope that this bill will meet the same fate as the gentleman from Prince William's earlier this session.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the senator from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I like to think of myself as the senior senator from Fairfax City, but speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, this is son of sandbox or son of virtual meeting. It is effectively the same bill that we had 4 weeks ago that the gentleman from Prince William carried valiantly, I might add, and then went down by a narrow defeat. The key words are on lines 382 and 383. Any public body may hold all virtual public meetings. Let me repeat. Any public body may hold all virtual public meetings. That means City Council, Board of Supervisors, School Board, Board of Zoning Appeals, Planning Commission. Any of these public bodies can meet virtually. Now, what does that mean? It means that if you have a matter before them and you are facing a binding adjudication of your rights, you cannot actually appear before them. I had a BZA hearing for a client about a year and a half ago that was virtual, and the connection was bad. We had difficulty getting our presentation in front of them, the PowerPoint. I don't know if anybody heard it, much less cared about it, and as a result, my client darn near lost her business. And frankly, it was a substandard experience that no one should have to go through. Now, I understand the reasons for this bill, and I think there was a middle ground here, which is to allow regional advisory bodies and other bodies where you have members that are disparately scattered that are making advisory determinations. Yes, it's fine for them to meet remotely. It's fine for witnesses to appear remotely, and they can do that now. But the actual body itself should be in person. And I'll finish with an anecdote. I know there's a couple folks who, like me, lived in Fairfax City in the 1990s, and we had one very obstreperous constituent. I won't name his last name because he's still alive, but his first name was Vern. And I used to sit right by the window in the city council chamber, and somebody would say something from the dais, and 5 minutes later, I'd look down out the window at the parking lot, and I'd see a white pickup truck pull up, and I'd see this body get out and run out, go in the door, and then 2 minutes later appear at the front door of the council chamber because he had something to say. And the bottom line is when people have something to say, they need somewhere physically to appear. It's not too much to ask that those of us who stand for elected office should be physically present. I think Woody Allen said half of life is showing up. Well, it certainly is in this case. So I hope we defeat this bill. I do think there's a middle ground here, but it looks like we're going to have to get to it in the next session. And in the meantime, I hope we defeat this bill.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins.
Can this bill go by temporarily?
Without objection. House Bill 444 goes by temporarily. President recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Madam President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Pennsylvania, Delegate Adams.
Madam President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJR 450 relating to judicial elections and request the concurrence of the Senate.
Thank you, Delegate. We will receive it, and while it is being copied, we will continue with the calendar.
House Bill 1206. Fort Monroe Authority adds to powers and duties facilities management. The committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move passage of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill is a bill that would establish a facilities management office at Fort Monroe Authority down in the Hampton area. This is a bill that was considered in the Committee on General Laws and Technology and also has been addressed through Finance and Appropriation with an amendment, and I move that the amendment be adopted.
It's been adopted.
Is it already adopted? Okay, it's already adopted. Okay, thank you.
You're moving passage of the bill?
Yeah, so I've moved, I renew my motion for passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The bill passes.
House Bill 1360, Virginia National Guard, promotion of state-sponsored group team life insurance programs. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the senator from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, this is a bill, another bill that we debated yesterday before passing it by for the day. This is the one that deals with requiring the Adjutant General and his staff to basically try to get individuals with the Virginia National Guard signing up for a group life insurance program offered to the members. It did raise a lot of questions yesterday here, and there's not, and it doesn't seem to be an overwhelming support for moving forward in this situation and requiring the Adjutant General to basically sell life insurance policies.
The question is, shall the bill...
Madam President?
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we voted on this yesterday, and then it was brought back up for reconsideration, and there was concern about where the Adjutant General was at. I spoke with him this morning, and he said without the word may in there, it was something that was going to put them in a very difficult position. And, of course, he's being very polite about it. But given the fact that the patron, I know this was discussed at committee, did not want to change from shall to may, I encourage the body to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 5, noes 33, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 5, noes 33, Rule 36-1. Madam Clerk, if you could suspend for a minute. Just going to have to ask the Senate to please try to remain in order. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Returning to page 46. House Bill 444.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County rise?
Oh, just wanted to make sure that the senator that asked to go by temporarily was able to be back. Thank you.
I didn't
Senator
press my
Eben.
button, but I move the bill pass. The bill's been explained. This is the FOIA public meetings, but I think you might have meant to recognize the senator from Prince William, perhaps.
No, we are on your bill, sir. Wait a minute. We're on House Bill 444. Yes, that was Senator McPike. Page 46. Chair recognizes Senator McPike again. My, how you've changed.
Thank you, Madam President. I've renewed the motion that the bill pass, and I guess to wrap up our prior debate, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So one of the examples I heard from my good friend from Fairfax City was a case where the local board was a little bit scrambled. There was disarray in terms of the client access to it. Under this bill, it actually restricts that. Meeting is over. If there's not clear communication and we're not actually able to participate, it's done. That's what this bill does. It creates the rules of the road to prevent exactly what he just said. The meeting has to be canceled if the electronic access is now cut off. And there's any electronic issues, the meeting is essentially dead. It is done with. This maps out. That was a part of the FOIA Council's debates and making sure the safeguards were actually put in place and responsibly. Furthermore, the locality can restrict and say, you know what, we don't want that board to have that authority. And your local board under this bill would have that right to say, absolutely not. We want these ones to be in person because we want this face-to-face interaction. But if there are ones that meet infrequently or other circumstances, they can say, yes, we want to have those to be able to have more dynamic, more flexibility, and more citizen participation and board member participation. And I think you've seen that bear out across boards and commissions. When I was Senate Finance was in Southwest Virginia this past summer. This came up, in fact, of remote participation from all parts of the Commonwealth and our fact that we're limited sometimes on our applicants to participate. This sets out a greater framework to participate across all Virginians, and it urge the body to pass the measure. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Marsden, the senator from Western Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Maybe it's just me, but my observation has been that witnesses and people testifying in front of the boards, commissions, whatever, that I've been a part of seem to be treated a little differently. It seems to be a little bit more abruptly. It seems to be with less patience when the people running the meeting are not as interested in the message. And there are very few follow-up questions to people who come on virtually. And I think that's the concern that I have. There's a lot of good things, in this bill. And I think there are times when it's very appropriate to have these kinds of meetings. But I just don't like what I've seen in terms of the interaction with the public who are testifying at these measures. I think they would be treated differently in person. I'm going to vote no on this one, although reluctantly. Thank you.
Senator Obenshain, senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I appreciate what the senator from Prince William said about the meeting being over if access is cut off. But, you know, last year we had the opportunity to experience this firsthand. Members of the Senate testified, presented our bills in front of House committees that met virtually and allowed us to participate virtually. And we had constituents and major interest groups from around the Commonwealth who sought to have their voices heard. And I've spent a lot of time talking with people about that experience. And I've not heard a lot of people who felt like that was a very positive experience. I think that there were a lot of citizens who felt that they were not heard. A lot of people who could not get in the queue, who were not able to stand there before the body and say, why aren't you listening to me? A lot of legislators who felt like their opportunity to address their own bills was shortchanged or given short shrift. We don't have the opportunity to actually interact face-to-face, eye-to-eye with the members of these panels and boards who are considering matters that are of great import. We don't have an opportunity to see whether they're paying attention to us. For members of the public to tell whether they are paying attention or are engaged. These are just the important components. I mean, this is why it's so important for us to sit across the room from each other so that we can interact with each other on important legislation, so that we can step aside and talk to each other about why why an ordinance, why a special use permit, why a rezoning ought to be granted or denied. I mean, it just doesn't work the same way. It just isn't as effective. It denies people the ability to be heard and to actually participate in the process. I would hope that we would wait a little bit before we move forward with this, especially given the quality or lack thereof of the experience, necessity aside, that occurred last year. I mean, I'm not going to debate the necessity of the virtual participation last year, but whether it was justified or not, we experienced it. And I don't think a lot of people walked away from that feeling very good about it. So I'd hope that we would kick this can down the road for another year or two and figure out how to do this right, because this isn't it.
Senator Somerville, gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I'm asking the body also to vote against this. I just want to say two things really quick. First of all, advisory bodies are different because the people involved in those typically aren't getting paid. And you're getting paid to do a job. I think you can show up at a meeting in person. That's number one, aside from everything else that's been said. To me, that's a key point. And the second thing I just want to remind everybody about is we also have a bill that's a resolution, I think, that's going to pass in a little bit that creates a pandemic autopsy study where we can take this issue and look at it and take feedback from around the state and try and figure out a solution. I've been to the FOIA Commission many times, and I usually don't come out of it happy. It has a big local government presence on it that tends to veto most of my ideas. And while I think the FOIA Commission in general does a pretty good job, and you get pretty heavy vetting there, the local government presence on that body worries me about coming up with the right solution on an issue like this. But I know it's balanced. I mean, I know there's press on there, and there's transparency advocates and all that. But I think we can reach a consensus on this off session when we have a broader study about it. So that's why I'm not supporting it, and I think we'll figure it out eventually, just not this year.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Madam President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd like to echo the words of the senator from Western Fairfax. There's a huge difference when it's a virtual interaction, and I can tell you, as someone who worked to get bills through, I had to get them through super majorities, and then I show up at the House of Delegates, which they're not actually there, and there's no one there to hear you. And they just tell you what's going to happen, and that's the way it is. And what's most discouraging about this bill is, I understand the way it was, and thankfully it's not still that way. But I can only imagine the disappointment I would have felt, or my neighbors would have felt, if they were going with a local decision, something that affected their neighborhood. Most people don't show up at these local boards every month. But if this is the time that it's something that's important to them, and often these things on these local issues, maybe their local representative is the one that chooses not to participate, and they can't even address them in person. And I would be very disappointed, and I do not want to see this happen and then get these messages in the future from people that say, I tried to come to City Hall and they weren't even there. My representative wasn't there to listen to me. So, Madam President, I hope we'll defeat the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the junior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking in opposition to HB 444.
Senator has the floor.
I want to give the body a real-life example of something that happens.
Madam President, with apologies to the gentleman from Richmond, I would like to move that this bill go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 444 goes by for the day. Chair now recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended and the House Joint Resolution number 450 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and House Joint Resolution number 450 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution now be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. The chair directs Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, to inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate. The Senate will be at ease until the gentleman returns safely. The Senate will come back to order. The senator has returned from the House of Delegates. The time for the joint order for certain judicial elections has arrived, and the Senate on its part is ready to proceed with the execution of House Joint Resolution number 450. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective circuit courts. Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Joint Resolution number 57 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 57 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair again recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective general district courts. The chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Joint Resolution number 58 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the reading of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 58 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The chair recognizes again the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district courts. The chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Joint Resolution number 58 be taken up for immediate consideration.
59, I believe.
I'm sorry. Senate Joint Resolution number 59 be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 59 be taken up for immediate consideration. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Chair now directs the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, to inform the House of Delegates of the nominations that have been made by the Senate. We will stand at ease until the message from the House is received.
Start on.
We have received the message from the House of Delegates. We are ready to vote. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 57 to be judges of the respective circuit courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 58 to be judges of the respective general district courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 59 to be judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Chair now appoints Senators Surville, McClellan, and Peake, the committee on the part of the Senate, to count and report the vote of each House in each case. The Senate will stand at ease until the committee returns. The House will return to order. The Senate will return to order. The joint order under House Joint Resolution number 450 will be resumed. The clerk will now read the report of the committee to count the vote.
The committee has reported as follows. Number of votes necessary to elect: in the House of Delegates, 51. In the Senate, 21.
The chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the reading of the report be waived.
The question is, shall the reading of the report be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the report is waived. Now then, those named in the report as having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly are declared duly elected as judges of the respective circuit courts, general district courts, and juvenile and domestic relations district courts for the terms that have been set forth. Finally, no nominee having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly, therefore, no election has resulted for the office of a judge of the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit for a term of 8 years commencing December 1st, 2022. The clerk will now resume the calendar.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 169, confirming appointments by the governor. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move that the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Memorial resolutions.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move the memorial resolutions on page 47 through 55, that's HJR 20 through SR 52, be considered in a block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 47 through 55, House Joint Resolution 260 through Senate Resolution 52 be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are now before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 260, celebrating the life of Thelma Bland Watson, Ph.D. House Joint Resolution 276, celebrating the life of Eunice M. Wilder.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you. Could HJR 276 come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, HJR 276 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Joint Resolution 298, celebrating the life of Stephen Lamar Hickson. House Joint Resolution 299, celebrating the life of Landon Russell Wyatt, Jr. House Joint Resolution 302, celebrating the life of David Jonathan Neves. House Joint Resolution 303, celebrating the life of Teresa McKenzie Speary. House Joint Resolution 304, celebrating the life of Franklin Esby Vahorn. House Joint Resolution 307, celebrating the life of Eugene L. Kriesik. House Joint Resolution 308, celebrating the life of Adeline Rose Kriesik. House Joint Resolution 309, celebrating the life of Nakia Yvonne Shaw. House Joint Resolution 311, celebrating the life of Wallace J. Nelson, Jr. House Joint Resolution 312, celebrating the life of Charles St. Clair Brown. House Joint Resolution 313, celebrating the life of Keith Melville Andrus. House Joint Resolution 314, celebrating the life of Janie Lawson Dockery. House Joint Resolution 318, celebrating the life of Fred Ellsworth Eberly. House Joint Resolution 319, celebrating the life of John T. Lanier, Sr. House Joint Resolution 321, celebrating the life of Dean Ray. House Joint Resolution 322, celebrating the life of James Ira Spurrier, Jr. House Joint Resolution 323, celebrating the life of Willie James Moffett. House Joint Resolution 327, celebrating the life of George Andrew Kegley. House Joint Resolution 328, celebrating the life of George Philip Alber. House Joint Resolution 336, celebrating the life of James Arthur Mann. House Joint Resolution 345, celebrating the life of Maury B. Brickhouse. House Joint Resolution 344, celebrating the life of Anna Jane Leader. House Joint Resolution 353, celebrating the life of Samuel J. Scott, Sr. House Joint Resolution 373, celebrating the life of Hattie Ann Thomas Lucas. House Joint Resolution 375, celebrating the life of Ross M. Hines. House Joint Resolution 376, celebrating the life of William Alexander Franklin, Jr., MD. House Joint Resolution 377, celebrating the life of John Stephen Korinsek. House Joint Resolution 381, celebrating the life of Ayanna F. McKenzie. House Joint Resolution 382, celebrating the life of Peter H. Bailey, Jr. House Joint Resolution 383, celebrating the life of Gales Parker Moore. House Joint Resolution 385, celebrating the life of Kana Gartzka. House Joint Resolution 386, celebrating the life of Daniel Wynn Boatwright. House Joint Resolution 394, celebrating the life of Geraldine Doris White. House Joint Resolution 395, celebrating the life of Florence King. House Joint Resolution 396, celebrating the life of Adam Jeffrey Oakes.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northwestern Fairfax County.
Could we take HJR 396 by for the day, please?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 396 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Joint Resolution 397, celebrating the life of Robert Lane Saget. House Joint Resolution 417, celebrating the life of Donna Helen McDonald Scarborough. House Joint Resolution 418, celebrating the life of Dean Michael Little Sr. House Joint Resolution 419, celebrating the life of Brian Daniel Stein. House Joint Resolution 420, celebrating the life of A. Paul Lanzalotta. House Joint Resolution 421, celebrating the life of Wilson L. Kirby. House Joint Resolution 422, celebrating the life of Vivian Yvette Jones King. House Joint Resolution 423, celebrating the life of Constance Pendleton Stunts. House Joint Resolution 447, celebrating the life of James Douglas Hall. Senate Joint Resolution 181, celebrating the life of the Reverend Patrick Joseph White.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Dunavant, the senator from Enrico.
Madam President, may Senate Joint Resolution 181 and House Joint Resolution 304 be removed from the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 304 and Senate Joint Resolution 181 are both out of the block and by for the day.
The Senate Joint Resolution 185, celebrating the life of Florence King. Senate Joint Resolution 188, celebrating the life of Phyllis Maxine Taylor. Senate Joint Resolution 190, celebrating the life of Anna Jane Leader. Senate Joint Resolution 192, celebrating the life of Christopher Ray Agee. Senate Joint Resolution 196, celebrating the life of Adeline Rose Krizik. Senate Joint Resolution 197, celebrating the life of Eugene L. Krizik. Senate Joint Resolution 198, celebrating the life of Stanley B. Bennett. Senate Joint Resolution 200, celebrating the life of Muncie Taswell Mitchell. Senate Joint Resolution 204, celebrating the life of Eunice M. Wilder.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Thank you. Can SJR 204 come out of the block and by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 204 is out of block and by for the day.
Senate Joint Resolution 205, celebrating the life of Thelma Bland Watson, Ph.D. Senate Joint Resolution 206, celebrating the life of Commander Frederick Badge Malvin, United States Navy, retired. Senate Resolution 37, celebrating the life of Zia Hassan Hashmi, Ph.D. Senate Resolution 38, celebrating the life of Leslie King.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from northwestern Fairfax County, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. Could SR 38 come out of the block and go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 38 is out of the block and by for the day.
Senate Resolution 44, celebrating the life of Gilbert K. Davis. Senate Resolution 48, celebrating the life of Donald Lee Bell, Sr. Senate Resolution 49, celebrating the life of Senior Chief Petty Officer Ronald Arrington Pritchard, United States Navy, retired. Senate Resolution 51, celebrating the life of Daniel Wynn Boatwright. Senate Resolution 52, celebrating the life of William Frederick Castleberg V.
The remaining resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to. Chair recognizes the senior
Amended
senator
resolutions.
from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that the commending resolutions on pages 56 through 72, that's HJR 236 through SR 56, be considered in a block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring to move a resolution from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 56 through 72, House Joint Resolution 236 through Senate Resolution 56, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 236, 264, 284, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 301, 305.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can HJ 305 please come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, HJR 305 is out of the block and by for the day.
306, 310, 315, 316, 317, 320, 324, 325, 326.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes again the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. Can HJ 325 please come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, HJR 325 is out of the block and by for the day.
329, 330, 331, 333, 334, 335, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd request that HJR 341 on page 59 come out of the block and by for the day.
Without objection, HJR 341 is out of the block and by for the day.
345, 346.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. Can House Joint Resolution 346 come out of the block and by for the day, please, ma'am?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 346 is out of the block and by for the day.
347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 354, 355, 356, 357, 358, 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 369, 371, 378, 379, 380, 384, 387, 388, 389, 390, 391.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes again the senator from James City County.
Thank you very much, Madam President. House Joint Resolution 391 on page 63 out of the block and by for the day, please.
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 391 is out of the block and by for the day.
392, 393, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 415, 416, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428, 429, 431, 432, 433.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. Could HJR 433 on page 66 come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 433 is out of the block and by for the day.
434, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439, 440, 441, 442, 443, 444, 445, 446. Senate Joint Resolutions 180, 182, 183, 184, 186, 187, 191, 193, 194, 195, 199, 201, 202, 203, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senator from James City County.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 70, Senate Joint Resolution 220 out of the block and by for the day, please.
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 220 is out of the block and by for the day.
221, 222, Senate Resolution 23.
Pause. On 23, we have a substitute because it came from rules. Report it from rules with a sub.
On Senate Resolution 23, we do have a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Morrissey, the gentleman from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to adopt the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
$26, 36, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 50, 53, 54, 55, 56.
The question is, shall the remaining resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolutions are agreed to.
Madam President, I'd inquire of the clerk, does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir. We have one conference report.
Okay. No more commending resolutions?
Maybe some memorials.
On page 3.
Page 3.
Conference report on House Bill 682.
Conference report on 682.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Bath.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference report. This puts the bill in identical...
Senator has the floor.
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. This conference report puts the bill in identical form to Senate Bill 291, which we passed last week. Again, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 682? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote?
Ayes 37, no 0.
Senator Vogel. All right. Ayes 37, no 0. The Conference Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could briefly return to the morning hour, I'd greatly appreciate it.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the Senate in the gallery today, joining us to watch as we worked into the afternoon, we have a great group of leaders from Patrick County, one of the finest counties in all of Southside Virginia and all of the Commonwealth of Virginia. This is Leadership Patrick County. They come up here every year and they get well informed in what we do here in our state government. They understand how important it is on the impact of our daily lives when we go back home and the people that we serve. And so we're really honored and proud to have them here today. Madam President, if I could introduce to you from Patrick County, Stephen Walker, Sherry Hazelwood, Michelle Marshall, Grayson Lineberry, and Julia Walters Steele. And I would ask that you extend to them the warmest welcome of the Senate.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you for coming. Thank you for wanting to observe your government in action, of the people, by the people, and for the people. And you are the people. And so, senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. The gentleman from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, over the past number of years, we in this Senate have worked together across the aisle to bring equity and dignity to those people who struggle with mental illness. We've done that by changing the law in many cases, by providing funding to many services. Well, honestly, the people down the hall have worked with us arm in arm, but this year with the budget, there are differences. And my plea to the members of our conference committee is to hold the line. I want to outline some of those differences. The governor included $30.3 million in funding for permanent supportive housing. What we found, what the data shows, is that people have the best chance to have their best life if they've got a permanent place to go, where there are no time limits, where they can live with support. The governor put $30.3 million in the budget. That'll provide funding for 1,250 people that'll give them a future. The House cut that allocation in half. The Senate retained $50.5 million from the introduced budget, to complete the funding of a radical plan we started about 4 or 5 years ago, called Step Virginia, to remake the face of community services throughout Virginia, explode the mandated services in our community service boards from 2 to 10. The House, they also have $50.5 million, but importantly, $22.2 million of that is ARPA funding. Well, that's no good, because this is money that's going to have to be provided every single year. And if we provide it 1 year, we basically pass on an unfunded mandate, because we do it 1 year, localities are going to expect it the next year. We can't, ARPA funding for this is just unacceptable. The introduced budget included $5.7 million for a Virginia Mental Health Access Program. Now, VMAP is a program that trains and assists pediatric primary care providers in helping patients with behavioral health needs. The reality is that something like 90% of mental health care from medical professionals around this country comes from primary care physicians. We just don't have enough psychiatrists, enough psychologists. across the board, we have workforce shortages. The House cuts that funding by $1.4 million each year, almost half of the total. The Senate budget does a couple of other things that are very important. It funds 10 new psychiatric residency slots. Look at the numbers. We have about 1,000 psychiatrists in Virginia. We just don't have enough providers. The Senate provides $6 million for behavioral health homes, a model of care that's designed to help individuals who overutilize emergency rooms for care by providing comprehensive case management and care coordination, comprehensive transitional care and follow-up, individual and family support, and referral to community and health-based services. The Senate budget provides $5 million for a school-based mental health integration pilot program that's very important. And the Senate budget contains $2.3 million for implementing a voluntary check-in program with our crisis call center. All of these programs are important. If we are serious about mental health, we have to hold the line, and that's my plea to the conferees.
Chair recognizes Senator Sturvell, gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I was sitting here on the floor and got an email from the governor's office about an hour ago. It says, in case you missed it, the General Assembly should give Virginians their money back. And while also sitting here, I saw some stuff on Twitter that the majority leader of the House says that the governor says he's going to veto the budget if he doesn't get what he wants, what he promised in his election. Nothing that gets me excited about sending him something he doesn't want, like a veto threat. It's not the best way to have a dialogue. Ultimatums don't really work too well. And, you know, we have a long tradition in this body of passing budgets that are responsible, fiscally conservative. Not budgets that are just going to fuel a culture war or some election promise. That's not what we need here. You just heard the senator from Bath. He talked about a few good things that are in the budget on the mental health side. Let me give you one other set of things that aren't in the House budget. State parks. Our budget has $80 million towards our $200 million state park maintenance backlog. You know, when you have a lot of money come in that might not always be there, the best thing is one-time expenditures. We knock out about 40% of that maintenance backlog in our budget. We have about $20 million a year in new operating support. We have about $10 million a year to fund new improvements at Widewater State Park, which I'm unfortunately not going to be representing much longer. About $3 million to buy some new land at Cedar Run and Brandy Station, which I know has been a big priority for some folks. But, you know, when you don't have any money in your budget because you cut everything out of it, you don't have money to do a lot of these priorities. And, you know, to me, I feel like this is the same story our species has been playing out for years. My little brother, my little 48-year-old brother, is an archaeologist. If you go Google him, one of the things you'll find is he writes a lot about what happened when humans got over here about 15,000 years ago. And when you look at the archaeological record, what you find is that every time humans appeared somewhere, the first thing that disappeared were the big, slow, and fat and tasty animals. Our species is really good at basically eliminating species everywhere we go. Usually the big, slow, and the fat and the tasty ones. That's usually what happens. That's what happens with the mammoths. My brother's written a lot of these stories about it. Articles about it. And he's been involved in a big national fight about what really happened. But my point is, our species is not very good about thinking long term. We often deal with what's right in front of us instead of thinking about the future. And, you know, when I think about this budget, I think about Falls Cape State Park. It's one of my favorite parks. I went there about 30 years ago. And, you know, it's a pretty cool place. You got to take a bike to get to it pretty much. You can't take a car to get in. But when you're there, you can watch the tide come in and the tide go out, because that's what the tide does. Now, if we weren't as intelligent as we are, we might show up and see a lot of sand and think it's always going to be that way. But you know what? Sometimes the tide comes in. Or actually, every day the tide comes in, usually a couple times a day. And, you know, if you think about at our finance retreat, one of the questions I asked when we got the presentation from Standard & Poor's, I think the woman from there, I think that's where she was from. No, she was from the Federal Reserve Bank. That's where it was. But I pointed out to her that when we got presentations in the past from Standard & Poor's, they pointed out that our economy is generally, in part, a function of government spending. And over the last 15 years, our economy has been propped up from time to time by some big injections of federal resources. One of the presentations we got talked about the Obama stimulus plan, cash for clunkers, the Bush tax cuts, et cetera. And one of the things that's been pointed out to us repeatedly is that when the government injects a lot of cash into the economy, it puts us on a sugar high because it's not really generating sort of true regenerative economic activity. And what happens is when you go on a sugar high, you also have a sugar crash. The bigger the injection, the bigger the crash. And I was to remind everybody why we are where we are right now. How many trillions of dollars has the federal government pumped into our economy to get us to the point where we have the situation we're facing right now? It's unprecedented, the amount of borrowed federal money the feds have pumped into the state through PPP, PPP2, through all the different, the restaurant relief program, which are good, essential, important programs. Look at ARPA. We had $4 billion fall out of the sky. Who saw that coming? Right? Guess why we have a lot of tax revenue? There's some other factors as well. Another thing I read yesterday said that every time gas prices have increased by 100%, I think maybe it's oil prices by 100%, almost every time that's presaged a recession. 1990, 2000, 2008. So I hear all this talk about how we need to cut taxes because we have too much money and we need to give the money back to the people. Folks, where we are right now is ephemeral, right? We have all the big, fat, slow animals running around out there. It's a feeding frenzy, right? So we think it's all great and plentiful, and what could go wrong before we kill them all and everything's extinct and we have to switch what we eat, which is what our species has been doing for tens of thousands of years. And I would have thought that our governor, who has a Harvard MBA, would be a little more sophisticated about this. They do take classes in economics there, but apparently they also don't study inflation there because another thing that's going on, we have inflation. Guess what? When we have inflation, that means that people, instead of spending $1, they're spending $1.07, which means that there's more tax revenue, right? So when there's inflation, that means we're going to see more money come in. But you know what else happens? We have to spend more to keep up with inflation. So, when somebody proposes a 5% raise for teachers and inflation's at 7%, it's really a 2% pay cut. And that's really how we ought to talk about it, right? Are we going to cut teacher pay 2%, not give them a 5% raise? So, that's really the right way to think about it in terms of the environment we're in. But you don't see it because all you see is right now the tide has come in, but you don't see it when it's on its way out. So I would just submit to the body that before this dialogue about cutting taxes during a high tide gets any further, people think really hard about where that's going to leave us when the tide goes out. And I would also just note the polling. We saw polling. We don't have to do everything we do in polling. But if you ask voters what they want, when CNU asked them last week, they said they would like to see us, I'm going to quote, "A majority of Virginians prefer spending the state budget surplus on unfunded government services such as education, public safety, social services, 59%, rather than providing tax cuts or tax rebates, 38%. That's what the voters said. So I would just hope we think about all this before we build our sandcastle out on the beach. Because I like to think of what Jimi Hendrix said, right? So castles made of sand melt into the sea eventually. And that's what's going to happen if we go down this merry path that the governor and some folks on the other side of the building, I think, would like to take us down. So I would hope, Madam President, I would hope that we pass a responsible, fiscally responsible budget that takes into account long-term reality and not just what happens to be in front of us today. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to say I like this governor. I think he's one of the best we've ever had. So there. Madam President, actually why I rise is people have asked me when they see you during the Pledge of Allegiance, render a hand salute. They're saying, what's going on? Well, just so everybody knows, and you can tell your constituents that may ask, that the 2009 Defense Authorization Act authorized veterans of the United States military service to render a hand salute during the national anthem and times like the Pledge of Allegiance. So when we see our Lieutenant Governor rendering a hand salute, let's understand that she earned that right by being, I'm sorry, not a former Marine, but a Marine, and every other veteran in this body has the same right. So thank you, Madam President.
I thank the senator. Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege followed by motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A few minutes ago, we passed Senate Resolution 37. And I don't know if you picked up on the name or not, but it celebrated the life of Zia Hassan Hashmi. This is the father of my seatmate. And I want to just talk for a few moments as we memorialize and remember Dr. Hashmi, the other Dr. Hashmi. Today is the one-year anniversary of his death. Certainly this is a difficult and a sad moment for the family. But I want to talk about the many wonderful things that Dr. Hashmi did during his life of accomplishment. And surely it was a life of accomplishment. Born in Hyderabad State, the former British India, he earned an education. Osmania University, later a master's degree, bachelor's of law degree, and then he came to the United States and earned a PhD and served on the faculty at Georgia Southern University for 32 years. 32 years. During this time, he was one of the founding directors of the GSU Center for International Studies. He organized more than 50 workshops and seminars and obtained more than $450,000 in grants to advance the center's mission. He had many productive collaborations, but if we want to talk about legacies, he had legions of students where he made a legacy, where he made a lasting impact on how you can affect the lives of others and how we can work together and we can understand each other across languages, borders, and cultures. It's a remarkable lesson. But if we want to really, I think in my opinion, look at the legacy someone leaves, we look to their family and their relations. In this case, it's also quite remarkable. He was married to his loving wife, Tanvir, for 59 years. That's quite an accomplishment. And a legacy that he left was 3 children, one of whom who also has a PhD, and I'm sure he was so proud to see her become a senator here in this very chamber. He has 5 grandchildren and many other relatives that leave a lasting legacy and are today making a difference. He was a longtime resident of Midlothian. He was involved in his community, a chaplaincy program for prisons. He made a difference in his life. So today, as we look back on this anniversary, I ask that we look at this wonderful legacy. And though it's sad to remember the loss, I think we must smile as we remember the difference that was made. Madam President, today I move when we adjourn in honor of Zia Hassan Hashmi, PhD.
The chair now recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from From Richmond,
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
the senator has the floor.
Thank you. As the budget conferees continue to meet and negotiate the conference report, I am hoping we are able to hold the line on our position on K-12 education. I'm very proud of the budget we put together on K-12, which has been, unfortunately, underfunded when you look at the needs of all of our students across Virginia. But this year's budget includes generational investments in public education that will continue to break down disparities, better prepare our students, support our teachers and staff, and strengthen our economy as we move forward and navigate the COVID recovery. The Senate budget invests a total of $2.7 billion more in education, $240 million more for schools than what our colleagues at the other end of the hall have put forward. And this is critical to ensure that every Virginia child receives a world-class education that they deserve, and that we are recognizing the hard work of our teachers and staff. That's why our budget included a 5% raise each year and a one-time bonus for our teachers and staff. Our colleagues down the hall reduced these raises. One of the biggest differences between our budget is the funding for school districts with high concentrations of students living in poverty through the at-risk add-on. The Senate increased funding for the at-risk add-on by about $268.5 million. There's only $200 million in the House budget. And while the at-risk add-on helps districts like Richmond and Petersburg, it particularly helps our rural school divisions. Our budget also makes progress on a priority that I've been fighting for several years. The former chair, one of the former chairs of the Finance Committee may remember when I came in as a freshman and I had a budget amendment he said broke the bank. It was to lift the cap on state funding for support personnel, which I've put in every year, and this year Senator Barker did as well. This cap was put in place to balance the budget during the Great Recession over a decade ago and was supposed to be temporary. In effect, it shifted an unfunded mandate onto our schools as the state limited what we pay for nurses, counselors, social workers, mental health specialists, health professionals, principals, etc. And while I wish we could have completely lifted the cap this year, we chipped away at it by providing $272 million for local school divisions for these essential personnel. And we've made significant progress on funding for school construction, something that the senator from Franklin, the senator from Washington, and the senator from Bedford and I have been working on in a bipartisan manner. The commission we put in place 2 years ago has found that over 50% of our schools are over 50 years old, and the total replacement cost is $25 billion. And after years of deferred and unmet maintenance, that cost is going up. But many of our localities don't have the resources to meet all of those needs. And we cannot expect our students to learn in buildings that are literally crumbling around them. Our budget includes $500 million to help school divisions across the Commonwealth build new infrastructure and puts a structure in place for both improved literary fund loans and grants to fiscally stressed localities that are already at debt capacity. I am hopeful we can reach a bipartisan agreement on that in the conference. So I urge the conferees to hold the line on these investments that we've made in our future. We have a unique opportunity to leverage our strong economic situation to build the foundation for a stronger economy through our children. We have made historic investments in our future. We cannot afford to go back, and I hope you hold the line on our position on K-12 funding.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the gentleman from Alexandria.
I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, I bring you a news bulletin from New Kent County. A New Kent County 16-year-old was arrested early this morning at 6:30 a.m. after the local sheriff's office was tipped off that the student had brought a firearm to New Kent High School. According to the New Kent Sheriff's Office, last night they received a tip that a student had brought the firearm into high school that day. Sheriff's deputies spoke to several people overnight and decided to intercept the student this morning, and they did so at 6:30 a.m. The student was arrested and taken to a juvenile detention facility. He's charged with possession of a firearm on school property and by an individual under the age of 18, brandishing a firearm and removing or altering the serial number. SB 643 that we had passed would have made it a felony to possess or transfer a weapon with an altered serial number, but that bill was defeated down the hall. It's extraordinarily hard to prove that someone removed a serial number from a firearm without catching them in the act, so that charge may be difficult to prove in court. But prosecutors asked judiciary, along with the Virginia Citizens Defense League and gun safety advocates, to penalize the transfer and possession, which is already a federal felony. While SB 643 was defeated down the hall, HB 1306 from Delegate Marcus Simon is in conference. Crime guns with removed serial numbers are designed to be untraceable, and they are especially appealing for people who would not otherwise be able to get a gun, like children who can wreak havoc with those guns, cause mayhem. I call on our House conferees and our Senate conferees for SB 1306 to be responsible and catch up with federal law and fight guns that have serial numbers that have been removed. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Norman, the gentleman from James City County.
Madam President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I was reflecting on the articulation and the pontification on the budget. And because I grew up in the historic triangle, it never ceases to amaze me how insightful and creative our founder fathers were. And they did create a separation of powers with the executive, the legislative, and the judicial body. But they also created a more numerous body that is frequently referred to as the House and a smaller body known as the Senate. And intentionally and by design, it was expected and anticipated that there would be tensions between those two bodies. And that's why there are more members of the House. That's why they run every 2 years. That's why we have a Senate that is smaller and we run every 4 years, because it can reflect the perspective that we have on legislation depending upon the immediacy of the accountability to the general public. And I would say I listened very carefully to some of the comments about the budget, and I asked myself, who is the audience? I don't think that there is any individual here in this body on either side of the aisle that thinks the articulation is going to persuade this governor or other governors in any direction whatsoever. Every governor that has come through here lays down a marker on the budget, but ultimately it is the legislative body that tries to impose its persuasiveness on that budget. I would say to you further that your budget conferees are incredibly aware of what is in that budget, incredibly aware of it, and that's why we break down by subgroups so that we have senators who have varying degrees of expertise in each area to focus on it. So I suggest to you that I appreciate the encouragement, I appreciate the enlightenment that your budget conferees under the direction of our chairman are working arduously to try to bring about a fair and reasonable budget, but it is never going to have everything in it that we want. I heard the reference to Jimi Hendrix. I was thinking more about another Jimmy, a Jimmy Buffett, because there are fins to the left of me and fins to the right of me. And under those fins are some sharks. And what we are attempting to do as Senate budget conferees is to navigate our way safely between those sharks from the left and those sharks from the right, because we are humans. And you know what? Some sharks take great delight in human tenderloins. So I suggest to you that we are trying to navigate the best that we can. There is a predictable dichotomy here that is going on in the budget process. The governor and the House of Delegates wants to cut programs and, with the money we have, return it to the citizens. That is their ideological position. The Senate has taken a position that we want to take advantage of the resources that we have and backfill some programs that have been overlooked for a number of years. Everybody's not going to get what they want. And we don't want to drift to the right or the left where one of those sharks gets us. And so we are doing our absolute best to try to do that. Some people love parks. Some of us have priorities that are larger than parks. You know, some of us are not so concerned about debt. I heard reference to the federal debt, and you know what comes to my mind? My 10-year-old and my 8-year-old grandchildren, because they're going to be paying it. They're going to be paying it. So I suggest to you, I appreciate the encouragement of one modest and inconsequential budget conferee, but we are very keenly aware of what is going on and doing our best. And I compliment my other 7 colleagues who are equally committed to trying to bring this budget to conclusion and in a satisfactory way.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the gentlelady from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I am grateful that our conferees are serious, hardworking individuals and usually very dedicated to the positions that the Senate as a whole adopts, especially when it has come to spending issues and tax cut issues. But I always fear, and I think this is a legitimate fear, that those Virginians who are most vulnerable, who don't know how to work the system, who depend on others because they really don't have a voice, they're marginalized in our communities, I feel the programs that serve them are incredibly important and most likely to get cut, because you won't have a paid lobbyist helping you during your conference committee reports or hanging around the lobby to inform you of the impact and why you should do X or Y or Z. And I am only going to point out one thing in the budget that I think is incredibly important when it comes to the health and well-being of our Virginians, and that is when the federal public health emergency actually concludes, our individuals who are on Medicaid will all have to re-enroll. And the Senate budget has set up a process to ease that transition. They have a committee. They've named representatives to be on that committee. And they have acknowledged that this is going to be an effort. We don't want individuals to not have health care coverage simply because they have to go through a re-enrollment process, which can be very complicated. And ARPA money, one-time ARPA money, was allocated for this. I beg you to keep this in the budget. We're not touching ongoing money. This is not going to affect a tax cut. Tax cuts, unless they're one-time, have to be funded with ongoing money. This is ARPA money. The House does not have this provision. And I just remind individuals, we cannot allow the number of uninsured individuals to grow. It's not the right thing to do on many levels, and it's certainly not the right thing to do for the Commonwealth as a whole. Individuals who are uninsured are much more likely to go to the emergency room for their care. That care, as you know, is expensive. It'll be passed along to the rest of us through higher insurance premiums. You get the worst patient outcomes when individuals wait, and they go to the emergency room because they don't have insurance and they don't have a medical home. So please do not let our pool of uninsured individuals grow. That's my ask. I think this item that I talked about is reasonable. I commend the conferees for putting it in the budget. I'm very pleased, and I just want to remind us all that we've come a long way in making improvements to Medicaid, improving the Medicaid reimbursement. We've expanded coverage for children. We've expanded dental coverage. We have done it together in a bipartisan way, and we even passed Medicaid expansion in a bipartisan way. So please, I ask you to consider that provision, along with some of the other provisions my colleagues have mentioned. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the gentleman from Roanoke County.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want a prudent, responsible budget that makes good on Governor Youngkin's promise of the largest investment in K-12 education in the history of the Commonwealth. But listening to some of the comments today was interesting to hear. You know, government's one of the few places where an increase that isn't as big an increase as some people want is considered a cut. I haven't been seeing the proposed cuts. I've been seeing a governor who left office over a month ago, his final proposal not being fully adopted does not mean that there is a cut. There's some things that I might like to cut, but I don't see them being cut. Madam President, it's fascinating to hear about inflation and also about the effects that has, where we've continued to raise taxes in this body year after year. For the first time, we have a governor this century who's actually interested in providing tax relief. First governor this century who's not proposing raising taxes, but saying perhaps there should be some reductions. And that's not an ideological approach. That might be a proper balancing of things. And when we talk about those that can afford at least, the grocery tax is one of the most regressive taxes out there. And I would hope that we would take the approach that's been widely advocated for full grocery tax repeal. There's a great proposal that came over from the House. We had the opportunity to fully embrace it. Unfortunately, we didn't. I hope that we will. And as I hear about the effects of inflation and what that means, I've seen the tax rates increase on several things over this century. But one thing that we've not increased for inflation is the actual income tax brackets, which have remained the same. So we're now at the point where the very same people who make under $20,000 in taxable income, they pay the highest income tax rate here in the Commonwealth. But we never seem to think that perhaps maybe those should have been adjusted for inflation. And we have so many rates on things like groceries and sales tax, which have continued to increase, the sales tax increase consistently, and we've increased the tax on fuel. These regressive taxes we continue to increase, and we don't hear about why we ought to make the change there. Madam President, I hope that we have a very responsible budget, and I trust we will, and I trust we'll have the largest investment in public education in the history of the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, interesting listening to the comments today, and as I listen to them, I think about what's going on and what we're hearing from my constituents. And my area is substantially rural, and people have to drive a lot to get to work, to get to the internet, to get to a doctor, to get to education. And Madam President, they're suffering. So we're sitting here talking about spending money, and they're suffering. They're going to the gas pumps, and they're having to make the decision of how do I get to work? To put $5 or $10 just to get 1 or 2 gallons to get to work. Madam President, we ought to be falling all over ourselves to help them. We ought to be standing up and saying we're going to give them some of their money back so that they can make ends meet. Certainly, the federal policies are failing us right now. They're failing. They're not supporting domestic oil production. They're not supporting being able to get oil in from our closest neighbor, Canada. But we can do something. This body can do something about the gas tax in Virginia. We can bring some immediate relief to Virginia citizens. I ask you why. No is not an answer. Giving people their money back when they are struggling just to get to work, just to get to the grocery store, just to get to the school. We can do better, and we should.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the gentleman from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for a point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Maybe a slightly different tone than our last few discussions, but I wanted to take a moment to thank the body. The Senate is a very different place, and I hope people recognize that, over the last week with my wife taking on breast cancer for the second time, this chamber came together to help and support us through that effort, every single one of you, and that makes a great deal of impact to me and to my family, and more specifically to the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, for extending the courtesy of a very rarely used rule. I think it hasn't been used in about 15 years of pairing to relieve the pressure on close votes to understand at least those I represent, at least there's a counteraction of votes we know we're going to oppose. And I hope folks that, around the Commonwealth understand that this Senate chamber is not like Washington. This Senate chamber and the members in it work and operate much differently, even despite some of today's dialogue. This is a special place, and I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for your support throughout this endeavor. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Gee, thanks for recognizing me. Madam President, point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
I would say this is a special place, and I know that the members of the body have been extending their thoughts and their prayers and meaning them, and we certainly all wish the McPike family the very best and pray for healing, recovery, peace, and comfort. Madam President, further, I heard a couple of things that I do want to comment upon. Number one, New Kent County. Thank you very much for sharing that bit of news. What I did not hear was a thank you to the men and women of the New Kent Sheriff's Office and the Virginia State Police and the school resource officers who presumably intervened and did their jobs to make sure that that community, the peace and safety of those children, teachers, administrators, and other members of that community were protected. And I'm sure that we all want to thank them for doing their jobs. They are valuable members of our public sector. They put themselves in harm's way every day, just like what happened last month at Bridgewater College. You would expect school resource officers to probably have some of the most safe jobs there are in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But this brings home the reminder that violence can be visited upon Virginians anywhere, anytime. And these men and women are very special people for placing themselves in harm's way. I would also comment on the budget, and I apologize for the ad lib presentation. I did not, unlike others, prepare comments. I didn't expect the vigorous debate today, but I just do have a couple of comments about the budget. One is I've been around now for 19 sessions, and I've been here in times of want and now, I guess, in times of plenty. And my observation is if we fight over anything more than having too little money, it's over having too much money. And I've been wowed by the dizzying array of ideas, and many of them are really outstanding ideas about how we can spend these riches, these resources that the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia have provided to us to use for their benefit. I would echo the comments of the senator from Hanover. This money belongs to the people. This is, we need the reminder, and our pages in here are getting their first paychecks. And they may think that they're getting a certain amount of money, and when they look at that paycheck, they see some of it taken out. And it's going to pay taxes. And you're going to see that that money that's coming out of your paychecks, that's what we're talking about spending right now. Too many people wind up getting filing their taxes early because they want the government to give them some money. Well, you know what? That's our money. That's our money. So, I just want to remind you that, there are a lot of people out there who are struggling to pay that $4.50 for gasoline, and who knows, it may be $6 per gallon before very long. Yesterday, there was a picture in the Harrisonburg newspaper about a guy pulling out of a convenience store riding a bicycle and said, he's got a car, but it's just too expensive for him to take the car to the convenience store to pick up basic supplies. These are real people with real world problems. And $10, $20, $50, that's a big deal for families across the Commonwealth of Virginia, especially when the buying power of that money is being eroded. We can talk about the need for spending on these programs, but these things are killing families. I mean, they are just absolutely imposing incredible hardships. And, I'm not sure that telling working men and women in Virginia that the solution to all your problems is go out and buy a $5,000 or $75,000 electric car. It is not the solution to our problems. We need to do the things that we're charged with doing. We need to make sure that we are spending money for education, and both these budgets do a good job of allocating more resources for essential services, for mental health, for education. But we need to make sure that, when we talk about holding the line, I would just hope that we hold the line for taxpayers, for the people we represent, the people who are having a hard time making ends meet, and that we give away. And I heard somebody say something about the governor giving away all this money. This is not giving away money. This is letting the taxpayers keep more of their money. So I hope that we will all hold the line for the families of Virginia, for the taxpayers of Virginia, and make sure that we're doing the things that we are supposed to do well, but that we are letting families in Virginia keep more of the resources, more of the money that they work hard to earn.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. Personal privilege, and I'll try to be brief.
The senator has the floor.
I got to tell you, one of the best speeches that I've heard since I've been here, and I've been here a long time, as you all know, was just given by Senator McPike. Okay? When I got here back in 1976, we didn't have ideological arguments on cutting taxes, cutting spending, increasing taxes. We did what we knew had to be done. And let me tell you what the difference was. In the House of Delegates in 76, 23 of the members, and they were essentially all in leadership positions, had fought in World War II. In the Senate, the number was slightly higher. The leadership had all been in World War II. They knew what was important, okay? And they acted accordingly. And they didn't pay any attention to the extremes of either party. They did what they needed to do. One other thing, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone else, is how many of you in here, on either side, have gone to dinner with people who don't particularly agree with you during this session? That used to occur all the time when I first got here, and it's missing today. And, you know, I don't think I have an enemy in here, okay? There are people who disagree with me, and I understand that. But nobody in here I consider to be an enemy. And as Senator McPike said, we're far different than what you see in Washington, and we need to prove it to people. There's all kinds of ways that we can reach agreements, you know, without the acrimony and without having to make all the long speeches that we heard today. Like I said, the leadership that was here in the House and the Senate had virtually all fought in World War II, and they knew what was important and what was not important. And it was shown in the way they conducted themselves. And quite frankly, we need to get back to that. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Madam President, brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'd just like to summarize today and probably the floor debates that we're having our personal privilege with a story that happened to me just a few days ago, if I may, Madam President. A few days ago, I was trucking back to the district, and I happened to have to stop for gas, and I pulled in, and there was this young African-American gal in kind of a beat-up car, and she had a couple of kids in the back, and she was crying. I'm like, oh, man, this is not good. And so being the person I am, I said, ma'am, can I help you? Is something wrong? What's going on? I guess, you know, being a police officer and everything else, she goes, well, I went inside. I gave him my $5 gas, but I don't have enough money to get to work and drop my kids off and do the sitter. So I did what any of us would do. I said, well, ma'am, let me just fill your car up, because we're better off than 95% of the people out there, I'm assuming. So I just don't want us to forget that thing, right? That most people aren't us. They're not. They're 30 days from the street. The people I talk to are trying to figure out how to buy groceries. You look at milk. You look at all the things that have gone up. Look at gas. I mean, it's just incredible. But we've got to always remember the people. And I always try to remember the least, the last, and the lost among us. And if we remember them, and the budget conferees remember those people, remember right now is maybe not a 1 year or 5 year. For you all, it's a 2-year outlook. But for most people that are 30 days from the street, they're figuring out how to get to work next week. Literally trying to figure out how to get to work each day. Because gas is a big issue. Milk at over $2 a gallon now, almost $3.25 a gallon for milk. All these things. Eggs, over $2.25. I mean, these are things that people buy every day, and their costs have gone up. If we can give them some of their money back, maybe we ought to do that. But I don't want us to forget what Proverbs said. Proverbs says, whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they've done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed. We need to give the blessing back. Thank you, Madam President.
The clerk will now report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we will be taking a panoramic photo here in the chamber without the boxes, without the cages, so you won't look. We sold them in the page sale this morning. So show up with your freshly ironed shirt, your best tie, pink, your best outfit. Pages, I want you to be spick and span, just like you always are. So 9:30 here in the chamber, and your desk needs to be cleared off. This gentleman, as I said, is coming from Ohio because we're such good customers. He rearranged his own schedule, his whole schedule to be here. And I would like very much to thank the Senate pages for their professionalism and attention and quiet behavior during the points of personal privilege. I think they certainly set a very good example for all of us. It's so nice to have this mask off. Democratic caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. Republican caucus 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. It's at 9:30. You can work the caucuses out.
Chair now calls on Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, and in doing so, we adjourn in memory of Zia Hassan Hashmi, PhD.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow in memory of Zia Hassan Hashmi, PhD? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.